Welcome back.
There we go again.
Great to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
You will never forget what is going on in the world when you think about when your child was born. You will know for the rest of this child's life, you were born during a weird time.
That's for sure.
That is for sure. They're probably the weirdest that I can remember.
Yeah. And he was born on May 4th.
And that's hilarious, too.
Yeah. It's good.
May the 4th be with him.
Yeah, exactly.
It has to be.
Hopefully, I sure hope so.
Perfect.
Yes.
I mean, that was the perfect day for you. Then, how do you say the name?
Well,
is it a placeholder?
First of all, my partner is the one that actually mostly came up with the name.
Congratulations to her.
Yeah, she's very cool. So, I mean, it's just X, letter X. And the A is yeah. And then A12 is my country.
Oh, why A12?
Archangel 12.
Monrex has correctly joined the channel.
True.
I don't like that. It
I
says
agree with you. I
correctly.
don't know.
I should say successful.
I
In
just said it was.
my opinion,
Yeah, I know what that is. But
I am
This
off.
was something we came from the CIA program for Archangel. It's the Archangel project. And the Archangel 12.
Oh, wow, what a dope looking plane.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it. Well, as a person who's very much into aerial travel, as you are, that's perfect.
Pretty great.
Yeah, pretty great. So does it feel strange to have a child while all this craziness is going on? Does it feel like you've had children before that are weirder?
Actually, I think it's better being older and having a kid. I appreciate it more. Yeah. Babies are awesome.
They are pretty awesome. When I didn't have any of my own, I would see other people's kids, and I didn't not like them.
Sure.
But I wasn't drawn to them.
Sure.
But now when I see little people's kids, I'm like, I think of them as like these little love packages.
Yeah, the little love bugs.
Yeah. It's just,
little people.
you think of them differently when you see them
Easy
come out
jump.
and then grow and then eventually start talking to you. Your whole idea what a baby is very different.
Yeah.
So now as you get older and need to appreciate it as a mature, fully formed adult, it must be really pretty wonderful.
Yeah. Wonderful. It's great. The babies are awesome.
They are.
Yeah. That's great. I mean, also, I've spent a lot of time on AI and neural nets, and so you can sort of see the kind of the brain develop, which is, what an AI neural net is trying to simulate what a brain does, basically, and you can sort of see it learning very quickly. It's just wow.
See things fire. So you're talking about the neural net. You're not talking about an actual baby.
I don't know about an actual baby.
But both of them.
Yes, but the word neural net comes from the brain. It's like a net of neurons. So, it's like humans are the, working against the neural net.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So when you're programming artificial intelligence, or you're working with artificial intelligence, are they specifically trying to mimic the developmental process of a human brain?
In a lot of ways. There's some ways that are different. Yeah. An analogy that's often used is like, we don't make a submarine swim like a fish, but we take the principles of how, what hydrodynamics and apply them to a submarine.
I've always wondered, as a layperson, do you try to achieve the same results as a human brain?
How much to put this
methods?
fucking cup on?
Try to
1,000
copy
times
the
overnight.
way a human brain achieves results.
I mean, the essential elements of an AI neural net are really very, very similar to a human brain neural net.
Okay. There's athleticism, kids.
The multiple layers of neurons, and, back propagation. All these things are what your brain does. If you have a layer of neurons that goes through a series of intermediate steps to ultimately cognition, and then it'll reverse those steps, go back and forth, and go all over the place. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine, like, the thought of programming something that is eventually going to be smarter than us that one day it's going to be like, why did you do it that way? Like when artificial intelligence becomes sentient, they're like, oh, you tried to mimic yourself. It's so much better process. Cut out all this nonsense.
There are elements that are the same, but just almost like an aircraft does not fly like a bird.
Right.
It doesn't flap its wings. But the way the wings work and generate lift is the same as bird.
That's for technology.
Now you're in the middle of this this strange time where you're selling your houses. You say you don't want any material possessions, and I've been seeing all that, and I've been really excited to talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Because it's an interesting thing to come from a guy like yourself. Like, why are you doing that?
I'm slightly sad about it, actually. But
If you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. They're kind of an attack vector. Yeah. They'll say, hey, Bill, you got all this stuff. Like, no stuff. No, what you can do.
Attack vector meaning like people targeted.
Yeah.
But you're obviously so you're gonna rent a place?
Yeah.
49 days.
And get rid of everything except clothes?
No, I said like almost everything. So it's like,
Keep a couple Teslas.
yeah, sure. So
You
it's
have
also kind of have to
Yeah.
test product and stuff. Yeah, the things that have sentimental value for sure.
So do you feel like
I mean, what's the worst thing that happens?
yeah, you could always buy more stuff if you don't like it.
So,
Yeah, I mean, from the money that you sell all your stuff, you could buy new stuff. But do you feel like people define you by the fact that you're wealthy, and that they define you in a pejorative way?
for sure. I mean, not everyone, but
Right.
there's for sure in recent years, billionaire has become a it's a pejorative. So
Yeah.
it's like that's a bad thing, which I think doesn't make a lot of sense in most cases. If you basically organized a company how does this wealth arise? It's if you organize people in a better way to produce products and services that are better than what existed before, and you have some ownership in that company, then that essentially gives you the right to allocate more capital. So there's a conflation of consumption and capital allocation. So when you say Warren Buffett, for example, and to be totally frank, I'm not his biggest fan, but he does a lot of capital allocation. And he reads a lot of sort of annual reports of companies and the accounting, and it's pretty boring, really. And he's trying to figure out does Coke or Pepsi deserve more capital? I mean, it's kind of a boring job, if you ask me. But it's still a thing that's important to figure out, like which is a company deserving of more or less capital? Should that company grow or expand? Is it making products and services that are better than others or worse? If a company is making compelling products and services, it should get more capital. And if it's not, it should get less or go out of business.
Well, there's a big difference too between someone who's making an incredible amount of money designing and engineering fantastic products versus someone who's making an incredible amount of money by investing in companies or moving money around in the stock market or doing things along those lines. It's a different thing, and to put them all in the same category seems it's very simple. And as you pointed out, it's an attack vector.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's really. I do think there in the United States, especially, there's an overallocation of talent in finance and law. Basically, too many smart people go into finance and law. So, this is both a compliment and a criticism. We should have, I think, fewer people doing law and fewer people doing finance and more people making stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would certainly be better for all involved if they made better stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And manufacturing used to be highly valued in the United States, and these days it's not. It's often looked down upon, which I think is wrong.
Yeah. Well, I think that people are kind of learning that, particularly because of this whole pandemic and this relationship that we have with China, that there's a lot of value into making things here.
Yes, somebody's got to do the real work.
Yeah.
And like making a car, it's an honest day's living, that's for sure. Or making anything really, or providing a valuable service, like providing good entertainment, good information. But these are all valuable things to do. So yeah, there should be more of it.
Did you have a moment where, is this idea of getting rid of your material possessions, is this something that built up over time? Or did you have a moment of realization where you realized that?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. Part of it is like I have a bunch of houses, but I don't spend a lot of time in most of them, and that doesn't seem like a good use of assets. Like somebody could probably be enjoying those houses and get better use of them than me. So
Don't you have Gene Wilder's house?
I do.
That's amazing.
It's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it's exactly what you expect.
Did you request that the buyer not fuck it up?
Yeah, that's a requirement.
Oh, a requirement.
Yeah.
That's a good requirement.
Yeah.
In that case, in that house.
Yeah, it'll probably sell for less, but still, I don't care.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
You'd
it's awesome.
want his soul. You'd want his essence
Yeah,
in the building.
it's there. It's a real quirky,
Is it?
quirky house. Yeah.
What makes you say there? Like, what do you get out of it?
I mean, all the cabinets are like handmade, and they're like odd shapes, and there's like doors to nowhere, and strange like corridors and tunnels, and
Really?
odd paintings on the wall, and yeah,
Did you ever live in it?
it's very quirky. I did live in it briefly. Yeah.
But why do you buy houses? Like, if you own all these houses, do you just get bored and go, I think I'd like to have that?
Well, I had one house, and then the Gene Wilder house right across the road from me, from my main house, and it was gonna get sold and then torn down and turned into be a big construction zone for 3 years, and I was like, well, I think I'll buy it and preserve the spirit of Gene Wilder and not have a giant construction zone. And then just I started having like some privacy issues where like those people just like come to my house and start climbing over the walls and stuff. So like so then I started like bought a house, one of the houses around my house, and then I thought at one point, well, it'd be cool to build a house. So then I acquired some properties top of Samara Road, and which is got a great view. And it's like, okay, well, some bunch of sort of small older houses, they're gonna get torn down anyway. I was like, oh, if I collect these like little houses, then I can build something, I don't know, artistic, like a dream house type thing.
What's a dream house for Elon Musk? Like some Tony Stark type shit?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you gotta have the dome that opens up with the stealth helicopter and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
For sure.
Fuck yeah.
But then I was like, man, does it really make sense for me to spend time designing and building a house and I'd be real, get a like OCD on the little details and the design, or should I be allocating that time to getting us to Mars? I should probably do the latter. So, like what's more important, Mars or a house? I like Mars.
Is that really how you think? Like, that it'd be better off planning on a trip to Mars or getting people to Mars?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can only do so many things. Right. So how you gonna?
Well, I don't know how you do what you do anyway. I don't understand how you can run the Boring Company, Tesla, SpaceX, all these different things you're doing constantly. I don't understand. I mean, you explained last time you were here how you sort of allocate your time and how hectic it is and insane. Still don't. The productivity is baffling. Just doesn't make sense how you can get so much done.
Well, I think I do have high productivity, but even with that, there's still some opportunity cost of time, and allocating time to building a house, even if it was a really great house, still is not a good use of time relative to developing the rockets necessary to get us to Mars and helping solve sustainable energy. Uh, SpaceX and Tesla are by far, like the most amount of like brain cycles. Um, Boring Company does not take, like less than 1% of brain cycles, and then this Neuralink, which is, I don't know, maybe it's like 5%, and then
That's a good chunk.
it's a good chunk. Yeah.
We were talking about that last time, and you were trying to figure out when it was actually going to go live, when it's actually going to be available. Are you testing on people right now?
No, we're not testing people yet, but I think it won't be too long. I think we may be able to implant a Neuralink in less than a year in a person, I think.
And when you do this, is there any test that you have to do before you do something like this to see what percentage of people's bodies are going to reject these things? Is there a potential for rejection?
It's a very low potential for rejection. I mean, think of it like people put in, heart monitors and, things for epileptic seizures and deep brain stimulation, mostly like, artificial hits and
Right.
knees and that kind of thing. So the probability of, so it's well known, like what will cause rejection, what will not. It's definitely harder when you've got something that is reading and writing neurons. That's generating a current pulse and reading current pulses. That's a little harder than say a passive device, but it's still very doable. And there are people who have primitive devices in their brains right now.
What kind of devices?
Well, like deep brain stimulation is what Parkinson's is. Has really changed people's lives in a big way, which is kind of remarkable because it kind of like zaps your brain. It's like kicking the TV type of thing. And you think like, man, kicking the TV shouldn't work.
It does sometimes.
Yeah.
The old TVs.
It did.
My grandpa used to slap the top.
For sure. Yeah.
It would work sometimes.
Yeah. So this deep brain stimulation, implanted devices designed that to have changed people's lives for the better. Fundamentally.
Well, let's talk about what you can talk about to what Neuralink is, because the last time you were here, you really couldn't discuss it. And then there was, a press release.
Low key, I might have actually found the fucking.
That happened
bro.
quite a bit after.
I low key am an innovator,
so what
bro.
exactly?
I am actually a fucking innovator, bro. Fuck
what
mods.
happens?
These mods,
So
fucking, bro. Let's just run a while.
Ultimately
Let's just run a while,
get
bro. Fucking. I don't give a fuck. KCIP for it, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit, bro. Run my KCIP up, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
Your skull. So,
I don't give a fuck, bro. Matter of fact, let's add a little fucking flavor to it, shall we? Let's add a little fucking flavor to it, shall we? Shall we add a little flavor to it?
Replace, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain. Stitch it up and
Walk on the island, sit like in Toronto City. I'm 2,000 kilometers away, but girl, tonight you look so bad, oh yes you do. Don't I swear don't shine as bright as you. Top left, top right. Walk on the island, you live for it, such a mission. I can finesse my way on the transit, and nowadays these guys are dissing how you do. I start my crystal with no French. Keep me off yet, branch. Oh, don't you be acting mean. No, there's a 40 in my jeans. And oh, your shorty wants to leave. So these are my command jeans. Walk on the line, no one let cause there's bad traffic. I just showed my dog a gram. He said he knows a man I slapped it. I'm so cheese.
Right.
Your madam was on the turkey. I'm been okay.
So
Turn me up, baby.
the whole would be small.
Double date me if you like me. Brought my pronouns for your bestie. Sorry, he's wearing a shiesty. He's not me.
All right, dude. All right, Rabbi. Dude. Holy fucking shit. All right, I've had enough. Holy fucking shit, dude. Holy fuck, that was AIDS. And look at fucking Sean 3230802 fucking typing some TTS bullshit. Sean, you're a fucking moron, bro. You're a moron. Don't copy and paste that bullshit.
It's like 7 to 14 millimeters. So
I wrote a couple of inches.
a half inch, half inch thick.
Hey there, Delilah, what's it like it?
Yeah. So that's a fair bit of like our we got quite a coconut going on there. It's not like some eggshell.
Oh yeah, I believe you.
So you basically implant the device.
And so you would be like a 1 inch square,
Uh,
or 1 inch in diameter.
yeah, like a
So an inch circle, like a circular.
yeah, I think like a smartwatch or something like that, or
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take this 1 inch diameter, like ice fishing, right? You ever go ice fishing?
no, but I'd like to.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah.
So you basically take an auger and you drill
Yeah, you take-
through the surface of the ice.
Yeah.
And you create a small hole. And you can dump your line in there. So this is like that. You're ice fishing on the top of your skull, and then you cork it.
Yeah, and you replace that, say 1 inch diameter piece of skull with this Neuralink device, and that has a battery and a Bluetooth and an induction charger, and then you also get to insert the electrodes. So the electrodes are very carefully inserted with our a robot that we developed that looks very carefully putting in the electrodes and avoiding any veins or arteries. So it's doesn't create trauma.
So through this 1 inch diameter
Yeah.
device, electrodes be inserted, and they will find their way.
Like tiny wires, basically.
Tiny wires.
Tiny wires.
They'll find their way to specific areas of the brain to stimulate.
No, you literally put them where they're supposed to go.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you can insert
How
them.
long will these wires be?
Maybe you would go in, depending on where it is, like 2 or 3 millimeters.
So they just find the spots.
And then
Hey, brother.
at the end,
MashaAllah,
the
brother.
device and that gets that little piece of skull that was taken out, and then you stitch up and then you set like a little scar, and that's it.
Will this be replaceable or reversible?
Yeah.
Like if someone can't take it
Yeah.
anymore? I'm too
All right,
smart.
DJ.
I can't take it.
Yeah, totally take it out.
And what is besides restoring brain function and eyesight and hearing, which are all amazing, is there any cognitive
They
benefits
said that they have
you
weapons of-
anticipate from something like this?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, basically, it's a generalized sort of thing for fixing any kind of brain injury. In principle, like, or if you've got like severe epilepsy or something like that, it could just.
Lottery system. It looks a big scam selling pre-made tickets. Yeah, I have no idea about it. Pixel Sean dropped you a follow and laughed so hard at that video when you stood up to that guy that hit the streamer's phone out of his hand. Todd just sitting there and randomly falls over. Yeah. Well, fuck around and find out. He's a tall guy. He's a big guy. Not really that big, but to Boingla, he's big. And he came over, thought Boingla was recording him. He was not. And it wouldn't have been a problem until he laid hands on his equipment. So I came over and I put.
Restoring your memory, like that thing.
Restoring memory, and what is happening that's allowing it to do that? Like the
Hey, this is fuck up a stream today. It's on Big Live Game tonight, man. Oh yeah, Jeff JB from the GV. He goes live every day now. Also goes live every day. We're following.
What is happening? Yeah.
JB, stick to me. He does, dude. Look, he went live last night. Jack, go follow him. Yeah, exactly. That is your jail, not fucking me.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, Rabbi, what's good, man? Yo, Rabbi, what are you Rabbi segment? Be honest. Chat, you want a Rabbi Rothschild segment?
Process figuring out.
Maybe I can do it in an hour. But you're at work today.
Sure thing.
Oh, maybe I can do it in an hour.
He's the cutest white boy on kick besides Gooder.
I'm an audience. I'll do things today. I swear to God I will. Hello. Wait, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
What does this mean?
Why are you so loud though? Like, you're so loud.
My microphone's just loud.
Maybe
Wait, what does this mean?
power and stop being a part-time streamer like Orlando.
What? You know what this is?
Like crew. From crew.
Yeah, I got told to do this when I go to Chicago.
With a whole bunch of
Yeah,
wires.
it's all about the string.
Actually?
Turbocharged.
Yeah, they don't like you.
Cryptid is a gang.
Oh, they'll like me. They'll like me for doing this shit.
Rabbi while I watch him in Discord.
Bow! Damn straight. Thanks, man. Appreciate
Who
it.
wants you to die? It's more
Oh, it's an LA thing?
nigga trying to send
I know.
I work all
Wait, chat, what is that?
day.
Wait, chat, what gang is that? What gang was that, chat? What gang was that? I work on... Yeah, chat, he go live today. He said he was doing an hour. Go follow him, chat. Chat, whoever follows him first gets $100. I'll personally pay you $100 right now. Follow him real quick, chat. Get him to 37 right now. If he gets 37 followers right now, chat, I'll give you $100. Chat. 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 Yep, and you. All right.
I already followed him yesterday. Never mind.
Someone will get $100. One of these will get $100. I swear. Just give me, one day.
Like AI is getting better and better. So now let's assume it's sort of like a benign AI scenario. In a benign scenario, we're kind of left behind. You know, we're not along for the ride. We're just too dumb.
Right.
So how do you go along for the ride? Yeah, so you can't beat him, join him. So
I fucked my camera.
we're already.
I forgot what size the fucking screen is.
Great, right? You got your phone.
Yo, Rabbi W, hi dog. Who is this? What's good, brother?
And
oh, it's that fucking weirdo. Dude, don't spam shit in my chat. That's all I fucking do. I'll ban your ass. I don't give a fuck.
It's like feels like something's really.
Give a fuck, Keisha.
We're already hardly.
Yeah, get that bot shot of here, dude. I'm telling you. What up, Don? Good morning, Don.
Essentially.
Good morning, gang. Good morning, Don.
To the electronics this way.
Causing people havoc in the word just using does not bring world peace. Sorry to tell you that, brother.
Your phones.
You're going to reevaluate that.
What's your data rate? I mean, optimistically, 150%. That's being generous. And now computer.
I'm not to get far. You're up, I'm not to get some. I don't give a fuck.
So this is like, basically your computer makes these things a million times faster. Well, at a certain point, it's like it's boring.
I like all music.
So if you can solve the data rate issue, and especially input to, then you can improve the symbiosis that is already occurring between man and machine.
So you can prove it in what when you said you won't have to talk to each other.
You looking for a
We
kid?
used to joke around. I've joked around
How
about
was
a
it- how was you say you were?
podcasts that one day in the future there's going to come a time
Me too.
we can read each other's minds.
Yeah.
Well,
You'll be able to interface with each other in some sort
W,
of
Rabbi W.
non-verbal,
What's up, man?
non-physical
Jewish people?
way, where you will transfer data back and forth to each other without having to actually use
Why?
your mouth.
I don't know. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Making conversation, you know, with the
so
global.
when you, what happens
the global,
you can invade somebody else.
Political
And
sphere.
How do you do that? Well, your
I
brain
don't
spends a lot of effort
Mind care?
expressing.
Yeah, I don't really care either. I just feel bad for all the nice Jewish people.
And there's
Why?
a
Because
lot
I'm
of,
from
a lot of
Germany.
loss.
No, because you know George Soros exists.
Say those words.
Apologies for all of my bots. That's you.
And they
Yo, there's kind of like a a pseudo legend in my chat right now. I'm streaming. Is that okay?
Convey complex
You're
concepts
streaming.
with precision. Because you've got
I'm
impression.
What's up, Rabbi? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Are you really, or are you trolling?
Correctly. And so,
What are you doing here? Why are you... This feels like Palpatine's talking to me. Remember the scene where Anakin, like the windows open, the black guy's about to die, and he's like,
There's an interpretation
just
too.
do
Like
it.
you can
in Star Wars?
choose to interpret certain
Oh, well, that's
series
how I
of
feel right
words
now.
in different
I'm gonna
ways.
help you? What do you
And
mean?
depending
Can you
upon
help me
how
get rich for no
you
reason?
respond, social cues, even facial expressions, sarcasm. There's a lot of variables.
Sorry, I'm like not having a
Yeah.
conversation with you.
And so
Um,
I'm just confused.
I've said
so
it's
I've
like
never
that
watched
it could be
anime
potentially
because I can't
universal
focus on
language
TV. I was
that's
wondering if you
created
had like a
for computers
recommendation.
that particularly young kids would pick up very quickly. Like my kids do TikTok and all this jazz.
Hey man, I
don't
fuck
know
with
what
this
they're doing. They
Jew.
just know how to do it.
Wait, are
They
you
know how to do
really
it really
hip?
quickly.
Join
They
my
can learn really
Discord
quickly.
and
Show
like
me how
go
to
in
edit things.
go in the VC and turn your
If you
camera
taught
on.
a child
I'm not gonna like
first grade
roast
on
you. I just wanna know if it's really you.
universal language.
This is kind of crazy.
Essentially
Wait,
like a Rosetta Stone.
it's literally like Palpatine
Something
in
that's
my
done
chat.
with that interprets
I'm fucking
your
with you, man.
thoughts, and you can convey your thoughts with no room for interpretation, with clear, very clear, where you know what a person's saying, and you can tell them what you're saying, and there's no need for noises.
What's up, pimp? How you living?
Mouth noises. No need for
yes.
these sort of accepted ways that we've.
What's up, pimp? How you living?
To make sounds that we
Sure.
all agree. Through our cultural dictionary,
Right.
we agree.
Are you Sam?
Bypass all that
Yeah, I mean, you can still do it for
fun,
sentimental reasons.
right?
Like,
Like campfires.
Yo,
yeah,
dog, I'm in your
exactly. You
Discord.
don't need campfire. You don't need to roast marshmallows. It's kind of fun.
Right.
So yeah, I think you would, in principle, you would be able to.
I'm in the Discord.
very quickly
Yo,
and
dog,
more precision
dog.
ideas.
Oh, fuck.
And
Dog.
language would.
I'm in the
I'm
Discord.
not sure what would happen to language. 'Cause you could probably
Yo, dog.
in a situation like this, that you would be able to just you'd be like kind of like the Matrix. You want to speak a language and thought.
Right.
Yo,
That's why
where
we're
is Sam?
down that program.
Are you Sam? Oh,
Right.
maybe.
So, at least for the first few iterations, we'll just be able to use. Like, I know that Google has their some of their
Come on,
Pixel
baby.
buds have the
What up?
ability to interpret languages in real time.
Yo, dog.
Sure.
Yeah, you
I can't
it,
hear you.
it'll
I
play
can't hear
things
you.
back to you in whatever language you choose. So it'd be something along those lines
Yeah.
for the first few iterations.
Well, the first few iterations are. I mean, what I'm talking about is like.
Sure, let's go.
What up, baby? How you living? Hell yeah. It's the one, the only Rabbi Rothschild. You want to see my bots, baby?
Yes.
Everybody
Wait,
wants
your
to see my
bots?
bots.
No, please don't bot me.
No. I'm not gonna bot you. If
Okay.
you do get inadvertently botted, apologies. I want you to know that I bot out of love. I stream my life for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history, and I'm gonna make it so that someday that you're able to stream and not have to worry about money anymore.
Wow. Can I follow you? What's your channel?
Absolutely. I'm live right now on 6 different YouTube streams. So you can find those by just typing viral, VIRAL, RABBI, viral rabbi, in YouTube and filter by live. I'm also at over 100 YouTube accounts, over 5,000 Kick accounts, over 1,069 TikTok accounts, and over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have more accounts than any person in global history. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history.
Wow. What attracted you to my channel, man?
I'm attracted to all of Kick. I think that you kind of look like that Prime Minister of Canada, Trudeau. And so
Okay.
I've seen you twice, I think. That's how I can tell. Like, at the first time I saw you, I was like, okay, this is either a new streamer or just a lower streamer. Not to say that you're not important, but when it comes to like all of the big streamers, I kind of have them memorized by now. And even I'm starting to learn medium. So you're more like a medium, I would say, streamer. I don't want to say a small streamer by any means. You're
No, I am. It's fine, man. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but you should know that you're like not that far away. If you actually count how low on the or how high you are on the rank, you're like in the top 50. That's good.
Yeah. It's the morning time. No one's live.
Dog,
so
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Okay, so here are my robots. This is how I take over the world and how I'm going to make you a lot of money and me a lot of money and everybody a lot of money. Okay, so what we have here, you're going to see a pointer, a pink pointer here that is automatically following. It's going to press the follow button on just some random streamer. Then it's going to come over here. It's going to go and check and see if they have any rules that they have to follow. Then it's going to, up in the corner here, it has a list of commands that I can have it say. So this one is just Rabbi Rothschild is head of Rothschild. Streams live 24/7 for world peace. Please type Viral Rabbi into YouTube, filtered by live, and stream to be share to be a trillionaire. So it just posted that in there. I like it to post two things, and then they differ in one way or another, and then sometimes slightly, sometimes a little more, whatever the message is I want to send. Then it just comes over here and closes the tab, and then it goes on, and it actually has something called optical character recognition, and also it has image recognition, so that it can actually tell where the little buttons are. And so like it knows where the follow button is, because sometimes the follow button shows up here, sometimes it shows up here, sometimes there's another box that shows up that says you have to be 18 to view this. You know, all that bullshit that
Wait, did you design this?
Yeah, I programmed it.
Jesus Christ.
And I got 4 of them. Check it out. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like Lester in this bitch.
Can you repeat that? Like Lester? Who's Lester?
Like yeah, from GTA. Like you call
yeah.
You know,
Hell yeah, dog. I love
how did
GTA.
you wait, so I have a lot of questions.
You should.
What was your profession, or like what did you do before you started this journey?
Absolutely. I'm a rabbi, which means teacher. I'm also a certified project management professional. I am based out of Irvine, California. I
used to live very close there.
Oh, very cool. I have launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and then also have worked 6-figure contracts for multiple Fortune 500 companies. So I have some savings and I've been able to do this. And about 3 years ago, actually, I was hitting golf balls as a member of Tiger Woods' Players Club in Orange County, California. And I had never seen my golf swing before and been able to study it. And I thought, wow, not only is this really cool that I can see my golf swing, but some of the things that I'm saying in these videos are kind of funny. The shtick is interesting, and I bet my family or my future family might think it's pretty interesting themselves. And so I uploaded it, and I started uploading it to Google Cloud, and that just took too long because of uploading and then having to re-download it. So I started to, this is now 3 years ago, first record my life and then live stream it. And then very quickly I bought 5 different Chromebooks and put them around my room. And then also bought like another 20 different cell phones. And I've been using the cell phones to upload to Instagram. I built these robots for Instagram that upload every hour. And so you can literally go back on Instagram like a timeline of world history, which is what this is, and go back years and see what was going on exactly in human history. And this is a timeline for the world. This is the biggest event in global history. Every celebrity, every business, every person on Earth is going to connect themselves to this because data is Earth's #1 resource. I'm not saying that. The Economist magazine stated that in 2018, that data had overcome platinum and gold and petroleum as the top resource on Earth. And I have more data than anyone. If you go to what Bill Gates stated in the 1990s when he coined the phrase, content is king, I have more content than any person. Well, some people may consider some of the things that I do pretty interesting, like having interviews and such like this. There are also aspects in the future that will be interesting to people that aren't currently interesting, like sleeping. the ability to study a human's circadian rhythm and their behavior and their eating patterns, their bathing patterns, all of the habits of a human. This amount of data is something that AI and really humanity has never had access to previously.
Yeah.
Now it does. You can watch someone 24/7. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, Sam?
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was going to say you're like living his life.
Exactly.
Wow. But voluntarily. That's
Exactly.
kind of badass, dude. I'm not going to lie.
Wow, you're a smart person, Sam. You're 100% right. The only thing that really makes Truman Burbank and I different are the fact that I've consented to this.
Yeah. Wow. So what's your goal in the end? Where do you hope it all ends up?
World peace. I hope it also equates to some really interesting things in the future. I'm a rabbi, which means teacher, and really my niche is futurology. That's not a typical niche of a rabbi, but that has become my passion. When I say futurology, what do I mean? Study of the future. Like what? Like time travel and force fields and invisibility cloaks? Yes, those are some of them, but more realistically now, life extension technology, digital immortality through mind uploading technology. This is all very, very interesting to me. So, Sam, what I'm saying to you is that you're going to be an influential person. You just started this within the last year or two or whatever, but give it a decade when you are an icon on the internet and everybody knows about you. Your setup is everything that you want. Your bank account is everything that you want. And then you're going to be able to make some really big decisions in life like, hey, do I want to continue this life and extend my life through some technology? How are you able to do that? Well, currently, you may need a pacemaker, but there are all other things that you may want, like perhaps human growth hormone, like perhaps other types of things that you could do are, in addition to human growth hormone, are stem cells. And so whatever, the type of treatment is that you may want, you will be able to likely get to extend your life past 80, past 100, past 120 years old. And this will just become the norm for people. And then essentially you will have the opportunity to say, you know what, my body has been great for these, let's say 150 years, but at a certain point, I'd like the new model and I don't want to have to die. And so in the same way that you would have like a save point in a video game, you would have a scan of your brain, upload it into a computer for later download into an avatar of yourself, into a clone of yourself, into an ethereal being, into a cybernetic being, into a cyborg of yourself, into a robot, whatever you want. The list of options is potentially endless. But then from there, you'll be able to start living thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and millions of years, potentially through digital immortality, which is a really exciting idea. What say you on that?
I think about it a lot. I am afraid of dying. When I try to think about being nothing, my brain hurts and it's very scary. I'm not saying you're wrong for hoping this happens, because if I had the opportunity, like most people, they probably would choose to live forever. But what if there's something else? Because, you're a rabbi, right? So you believe, like, in things, maybe not exactly it's called heaven, but being, I guess, I'm assuming religious, you think something's out there. So what if, like, by staying alive forever, you don't get to ever reach that greater place?
Great question. We have absolutely no evidence that that place exists. Really, the evidence lends itself to just being black darkness, and we don't know anything further than that. But here's the thing. What is really exciting about this type of discussion is a type of technology called revivification. What is revivification? It is literally bringing life back into dead things. So, for instance, we may have cadavers, we may have people who have been preserved, we may have people who have been cryogenically frozen who want to come back from the dead. So we're going to have that group of people that we need to address. But then in addition, perhaps those dead people who once existed will be revivified by the current society. They may consider it of interest to them to bring back people from the dead, at least for a temporary amount of time, or perhaps for indefinite amounts of time. Now, when it comes directly to something that you said that, you fear death, we all fear death. Everyone does. But what I want to do is probably be one of the first people, or perhaps the first person to tell you, I don't think you're going to die. Just straight up. I don't think you're going to die. You're at a point, you're a young person, you're an influential person. Look, when I got into a chat with you, you had 18 people, and that's 18 people more than basically 8 billion people on planet Earth. You have a megaphone, you have a community, and you're just going to keep becoming more and more influential. You'll do this for a couple of years, you'll become a major influencer, and you're going to have the money to be able to not only just research this stuff, but eventually start taking part in it. And you're going to say, wow, I remember that conversation I had with Rabbi Rothschild, and that was just the seed and what has become a tremendous tree of life for myself.
Wow. Not gonna lie, man. I fuck with you. I like your positivity. You're a big dreamer, and that's
Absolutely.
very badass.
You're 100% right. And let me tell you this, Sam, I don't mean to take over your stream, so I'm going to get
No, you're
going.
good.
But I want you to know that you have a fan in Rabbi Rothschild. I want to apologize for any of my bots that come into your stream. I do my best to not just overwhelm people. It's just going to be at most 2 messages, and you'll get a follow. So that means you're going to get an extra follower, which isn't a bad thing. Over the course of a month, you'll get an extra couple hundred followers out of this. It's like, okay, that doesn't hurt. So with that, I want you to know, if you ever need me, I'm literally live 24/7. I mean, I'm live on YouTube right now. You can find me on 6 different streams in 360 degrees. I love Joe Rogan podcasts. I love Lex Friedman podcasts. I love discussions between individuals, long form. And if you ever need to connect with me, the best way is YouTube, okay?
Thank you, dude. If you have a Kick account you usually use personally, you should fuck with my stream.
So here's the thing. I have basically sacrificed any long-term Kick account for the ability to use all these bots. And what do I mean by that? The Kick team has been going crazy trying to just figure out my strategy, which is this. I create an account, I follow, 100 people with it, and then I abandon the account because I just have my robot just create a new account. And so at a certain point, Kick comes in and purges all the accounts. So for me to be like, oh, this is my main account would would essentially be for naught, because Kick will just come in and delete those accounts. So what I can tell you is, I'm in your Discord, dude. I'm in a bunch of other people's Discords too. I'm currently in Vitali's Discord live streaming my life. I'm in Aiden Ross's stream live streaming my life. I am in a couple other Shafeds and Orlando Jets. So if I end up popping my head in here just randomly, turning on my camera, giving you a portal into my life, I'm explaining to you what I'm doing in advance, okay?
Okay.
Excellent.
Damn, dude, this was kind of life-changing for me, to be honest. You're a very unique, special human being.
I really appreciate that, and it should be. You're not the first person to tell me that, and I know the message that I have is very important for the world to hear, and I want to hear what the world has to say about it. So you were just one of the many people along this journey, and I mean what I said. I have more data online than any person. I'm going to have more money than anybody knows what to do with it. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help your friends. I'm going to help your family. I'm going to help everybody in this stream. W for Sam.
I look forward to it, man.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Take care, my friend. Bye, everybody.
You too.
Peace. Shout out to Sam's Club. How funny is that? Oh, Sam, you got a great name. Great club, little club in there, dog. Shout out to Sam's Club. Hilarious.
Decouple from whom? So this is you can't be.
Well, when you tell people they're not going to die,
Yeah,
it can
so you
alleviate
feel like
some
it's inevitable. Like AI,
worry.
sentient AI, is essentially inevitable.
super sensitive AI. But beyond the level that's difficult to understand.
And
Impossible to understand.
and somehow or another, so it's almost like it's a requirement for survival to achieve some sort of symbiotic existence with AI.
It's not a requirement. It's just if you want to be along for the ride, then you need to do some kind of symbiosis. So the way your brain works right now, you've got kind of like the animal brain, reptile brain, kind of this, for argument's sake, it's like the limbic system basically, and you've got the cortex. The brain purists will argue with this definition, but essentially you've got the primitive brain, and you've got the sort of smart brain, or the brain that's capable of planning and understanding concepts and difficult, things that a monkey can't understand. Now, your cortex is much, much smarter than your limbic system. Nonetheless, they work together well. So I haven't met anyone who wants to delete the limbic system or the cortex. People are quite happy having both. So you can think of this as being like the computer, the AI is like a third layer, a tertiary layer. So that is that could be symbiotic with the cortex. You'd be much smarter than the cortex. But you essentially have 3 layers, and you actually have that right now. Your phone is capable of things, and your computer is capable of things that your brain is definitely not. Storing terabytes of information perfectly, doing incredible calculations that you couldn't even come close to them. You have that with your computer. It's just like I said, the data rate is slow. The connection is weak.
Why is it so disconcerting, or why does it not give me comfort to think about? Like when I think about a symbiotic connection to AI, I always think of this cold, emotionless sort of thing that we'll become. Is that a bad way to look at it?
I think that's not correct. That's not how it would be. Like I said, you already are symbiotic with AI or computers,
Phones, computers, laptops.
Yeah, and there's quite a bit of AI going on. So artificial neural nets. Increasingly, neural nets are sort of taking over from regular programming more and more. So you are connected. If you use Google Voice or Alexa or one of those things, it's using a neural net to decode your speech and try to understand what you're saying. If you're trying to do image recognition or improve the quality of your photograph, it's using the neural net's the best way to do that. So you are already sort of a cybernetic symbiote. Like things. It's just a question of your data rate. The communication speed between your phone and your brain is slow.
When do you think you're going to do it? How long will you wait? Like once it starts becoming available.
Yeah, if it works, I'll do it, sure.
Right away.
I mean, let's make sure it works.
How do we make sure it works? We try it on prisoners? Like, what do you do?
No, you
take rapists,
no.
cut holes in their head?
No, like I said, if somebody's got a serious brain injury,
right?
And there people have like very severe brain injuries, and then you can fix those brain injuries, and then you prove out that it works, and expand, and make more and more brain injuries, solve more and more, and that at a certain age we all are going to get Alzheimer's. We're all going to get senile, and then moms forget the names of their kids and that kind of thing. So, okay, well, this would allow you to remember your names of your kids and have a much more normal life where you're able to function much later in life. So I think so. Essentially, there would almost everyone would find a need at some point to get old enough to use neural link. And then it's like, okay, so you can improve the functionality and improve the communication speed, so then you will not have to use your thumbs to communicate with the computer.
Do you ever sit down and extrapolate? Do you ever sit down and think about all the different iterations of this and what this eventually leads to?
Yeah, sure. Think about a lot. There's, like I said, this is not something that's going to sneak up on you. There's like getting FDA approval for this stuff is not like overnight. And there's I don't know, probably have to get like version 10 or something before it would realistically be you know,
Unlock
human
just mind their own
AI
business.
situation.
When you compare that group, maybe those.
So we'll see it coming. You know,
You see it coming, but what do you think it's going to be? Like when you're alone, if you have free time, I don't know if you have free time, but if you just sit down and think about this iteration, the next, onward, keep going, and you drag it out with improvements along the way and leaps and bounds and technological innovations, where do you see it? I mean, what are we going to be?
like when?
25 years from now, what are we going to be?
Very nice. Cuties.
Yeah, civilization's still around. It's looking fragile right now. I think we could have a 25 years plus. I think that could be a whole
Whole brain interface.
thing.
How do you define what do you mean by whole brain interface?
What is this fucking bitch's obsession with Hooters?
The neurons
The restaurant.
are
Does she
connected
work
to-
there? Which is tight. If you've ever worked at Hooters, you were like
sort of,
icon in America. Really?
if you want.
Dude,
AI extension.
bitches who have worked at Hooters are like
What does that mean to you? What do you when you say AI extension of yourself?
actors.
Well, like I said, you already have a computer extension of yourself in your phone. You know, computers and stuff. So, and now online, if like somebody dies, there's like an online ghost. But their online stuff is
Yeah,
still alive.
that's a good way to put it. It is weird when you read someone's tweets after they're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instagram and their stories and
Yeah.
Facebook. So, you know, like
That's a
their
great way to
email.
put it. It's like an online ghost. That's very accurate.
So yeah, so that there's it would just be that more of you would be
That motherfucker.
in the cloud, I guess, than in your body. More of you.
Yeah, when you say civilization's fragile, do you mean because of this COVID-19 shit that's going on right now? It's this thing.
Yeah, but
It's like some people just get a
no
cough.
idea what you're talking about.
Other people, it gets much worse.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, this certainly has taken over the mind space of the world to a degree that is quite shocking.
Yeah. Wow, out of nowhere. That's what's crazy. It's like you go back to November, nothing, and here we are, December, January, February, March, April, May, 6 months, totally different world. So from nothing to everything's locked down. There's so much conflicting information and conflicting opinions about how to proceed. What has happened? You find things where there was a meat packing plant, I believe, in Missouri, where 300 plus people were asymptomatic, tested positive or asymptomatic, and then in other places it just ravages entire communities and kills people. And it's so weird. It almost appears on the like if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, "What?" It seems like there's a bunch of different viruses. It doesn't seem like it's the same thing, or has a bunch of different reactions to the biological variety of people.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of saw this whole thing play out in China before it played out in the U.S. So it's kind of like watching the same movie again, but in English. So yeah. I think the mortality rate is much less than what say the World Health Organization said it was. It's very much less. It's at least order of magnitude less.
Well, it seems to be very deadly to very specific kinds of people with specific problems.
Yeah, I mean, if you can look at the mortality statistics by age and whether they have,
What do you think of these fucking robots? They're gonna take
have
up the
like
world.
existing conditions,
Just
and
a matter of time.
by age, and if you're below 60 and have no serious health issues, the probability of death is extremely low. It's not zero, but it's extremely low.
They didn't think that this was the case, though, when they first started to lock down the country. Do you think that it's a situation where once they've proceeded a certain way, it's very difficult to correct course?
It seems like people really wanted a panic. I mean, it's quite crazy.
But in some places, a panic is deserved, right? Like if you're in the ICU in Manhattan and people are dying left and right, and everyone's on intubators, and it seems like when you see all these people on ventilators and so many of them are dying, and you see these nurses are dying and doctors are getting sick, in some places that fear is justified. But then in other places, you're reading these stories about hospitals that are essentially half empty. They're having to furlough doctors and nurses because there's no work for them.
Most of the hospitals in the United States right now are half empty. In some cases, they're at 30% capacity.
And is this because they've decided to
Are you really
forego
proud of this
elective
computer?
procedures and
Exceptional.
normal things that people would have to go to the hospital for?
Yes, I mean, we're not talking about just some of these elective procedures are quite important.
Yes.
Like it's like you have a bad heart,
Gallbladder disease, yeah, sure.
and you need a triple bypass. It's like sort of elective, but if you don't get it done in time, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
It's
Elective's a weird word.
elective. It's not like, hey, I want to. This is like plastic surgery. Or
Who's your
something.
favorite streamer?
It's more like my hip is I'm in
Shocking.
extreme pain because my hip's blown out or my knee, and
Yeah.
I want to go to the hospital. I can't go to the hospital. I'm in extreme pain. People that need a kidney, like people that have like quite serious issues that are choosing not to go out of fear. So I think it's not good.
It seems like the state of public perception is shifting.
It is.
Like people are taking some deep breaths and relaxing, and because of the statistics of, and essentially across the board, it's being recognized that it's not as fatal as we thought it was. Still dangerous, still worse than the flu, but not as bad as we thought it, or we feared it could be.
Objectively, the mortality is much lower. Like at least a factor of 10, maybe a factor of 50 lower than we should be.
Do you think that the current way we're handling this, the social distancing, the masks, the locking down, does this make sense? Is it adequate? Or do you think that we should move back to at least closer to where we used to be?
Well, I think proper hygiene is a good thing no matter what. Wash your hands and and if you're coughing, stay home or wear a mask. Because it's not good. Like they do that in Japan, that's like normal.
Yeah.
If you're ill, you wear a face mask and you cough. I think that would be a great thing to adopt in general.
Okay.
Washing your hands is also good.
Well, that's the speculation why men get it more than women, because men are disgusting. We don't wash
Men
our
are
hands.
disgusting.
Totally not a
It's true.
stoner.
Yeah, admit it, bro. All men in this room, bro. Gross.
Yeah, let's go to the restroom.
Yes,
horrible.
we're gross. My 9-year-old daughter yells at me. She says, "Did you wash your hands?" She makes me go back and wash my hands.
Let's just, honestly, guys, we gotta
9
think
years old. If
about
I had a 9-year-old boy, you
anything.
think you'd care? I wouldn't give a fuck if I washed my hands.
True. So yeah, I think there's definitely some silver linings here and improved hygiene
Yes.
and
An awareness of potential.
yes, and I think this has.
What's that one song? We're in Paris. It's like the Chainsmokers.
A lot of ways there's bureaucracy, and I think that bureaucracy, and if we, at some point there probably will be a pandemic with a high mortality.
If this stream went viral today, would you go to the Olympics?
What's high?
Yeah, probably.
Something that's killing a lot of 20-year-olds.
We're staying in Paris.
Yes.
If you had like Ebola type of mortality,
Spanish flu. Yeah, it's
like killing large numbers of young, healthy people. That's you know.
We were staying in Paris to get away from your parents and I thought, if we could take this in a shot right now, I don't think we could work this out. I don't have it. I don't know if it's fair, but I thought, how could I let you fall by yourself when I'm wasted with someone else? We go down and we go down together. Anything you say that I was clever. We go down and we go down together. We get away with everything that shows that we are better. To the rest, we are better. Show them we are better than Paris. Get away from your parents and your soul folks. Standing there with the flowers.
I fucking love this song.
And I think there's a big chance that I would like to
Oh, dude, I could do like shout outs to people.
watch games that we've been impacted for coronaviruses and other viruses. And
That'd be cool.
For these and our understanding of viruses.
I just really like this song.
Dramatically received. So there's definitely some, a lot of silver linings here.
potentially if we act correctly.
Yeah. It's, I think there will be some massive lining no matter what. Hopefully more silver linings.
Yo, VTI was cool.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I got sober in 10 years old, but fuck it, it was something to do. I'm living out in LA. I drink a sports car just to prove I'm a real big ball with $1 million in treasure on growing shit. You never hide like me. You never hide like me. You never across the roller coaster all along home. You don't want to play the bus like this. You don't want to be just like this. You don't want to be stood up on that stage and step up on that stage and no, I know. Sad song. I know. Sad song.
No, that's what I could do.
Oh yeah, yeah, but I don't read that.
Just
You
be like,
read
yo,
it?
this is the
You do
fucking
sometimes,
action, man.
You
Yo,
do read
this
it.
is for Mike
Yeah,
Smalls. Yo,
like I said, it has a mean more than
Yeah.
I mean, it's not good.
It's something I
What is
enjoy
this shit?
about just the
capture moments to continuously
There's,
take photos to save them in an album.
something
You can
about
post or revisit them anytime.
the freedom
What
of
the fuck
expression
does that even mean?
comes from
Oh,
all
10
the people that
minutes
do
or
attack
60
you.
seconds?
It's
How
like,
about
well,
2
if
minutes?
there was no vulnerability whatsoever, they wouldn't attack you. And it's
Story?
like there's something
What's the name of
about
the story and
these
post? No one knows.
millions and millions of perspectives
Text?
that you have
Fuck
to
that, dog.
you have to appreciate. Even if it comes your way,
All
even
this
if
shit.
the shit storm hits you in the face, sure, you gotta appreciate, wow, how amazing is it that all these people do have the ability to express themselves. You
What in
don't
the
necessarily
fuck
want to be
is
there
this
when the
shit?
shit hits you.
Sure.
You might want to get out of the way in anticipation of the shitstorm, but the fact that so many people have the ability to reach out, and I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's, I don't want to say a misused resource, but it's like giving monkeys guns. They just start, they start gunning down things that are in front of them without any realization of what they're doing. They have a rock, they see a window, they throw it. Woo! Look at that! I got Elon mad. Look at that! This guy got mad at me. I fucking took this person down on Twitter. I got this lady fired. Oh, the fucking business is going under because of Twitter wars. It seems like there's something about it that's this newfound thing that I don't want to say abuse, because I want to say that it's almost like, you hit the button and things blow up. You're like, wow, what else can we blow up?
Sure. I've been a Florida resident for a while here. So, it takes less of face when you think about it.
Yeah, that's good too, right? Like you develop a thick skin.
Yeah, you can't take expression. I will
Yeah.
So to the Harry Potter crew, the greatest crew in the
Yeah,
history of
it's like if you're
that's your
fighting
favorite.
a war, and there's like some opposing soldier that shoots at you. It's not like they hate you; they don't even know you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just think of it like that, like they're firing bullets, whatever. But they don't know you, so don't take it personally.
There's something interesting about it too. It's like when you write something in 280 characters, and they write something it's such a crude way. It's like someone sending opposing smoke signals that refute your smoke signals. It's like
All right, now what?
it's so crude, and especially when you're talking about something like Neuralink. You're talking about some future potential where you're going to be able to express pure thoughts.
I should just go down the fucking line
Some sort of a
and be like,
universal
yo,
language
dog,
with
here are my
no
fucking
ambiguity
things.
whatsoever. Versus,
I mean, these people are fucking real. They're like
Well, they'll always be
checking
something
their
that-
social
that-
media,
Yeah.
probably.
Tweets are. It's hard. Like maybe there should be like.
I just give them a room tour, dog.
right.
Or I'm not, just kidding or whatever, like that.
So this is the
It's like
first
it
one?
would take away some
Yeah.
of the fun. From
Here's
people
what you
that
do,
know
dog. It's not hard.
Like if
You
everybody
just
knew
fucking-
that the Onion wasn't really
You got
a sexual
Sam,
article,
Yeah.
and then you go
something about
here
someone
here,
getting angry at an Onion
and
article.
go to their fucking social media. If they don't have social
When they
media,
don't realize
they're a
what it
loser.
is, there's something
Move
fun
on.
about that for
but
everybody
it's
else.
like you're following them on social media. So
yeah.
all these people do.
I think
Sam
it's pretty
Pepper's live on TikTok,
great.
dog.
Might be the best news source.
Do you know who Titania McGrath is? Hilarious. It's
Um,
Andrew Boyle. He's a British fellow,
Okay.
brilliant guy who's been on the podcast before. And he
So
has
what is
this
this?
Fictional character, this pseudonym, Titania McGrath, who's like this old. The
I don't know.
ultimate
Do I make a
social justice
fucking video
warrior.
like this?
And
It's just
Hey,
like
Zoom.
a female avatar.
Yes,
or
yes,
something.
yes. A female avatar that's actually a computer conglomeration of a bunch of faces.
Okay.
It's not really one person, so
Okay.
one person can't be a victim and be angry. You sort of combine these faces to make
All
this
right.
one perfect social justice warrior.
Okay.
But the thing, I recognized it early on before I met him
Sure.
that this was parody. This was just fun, and then I love reading the people that don't recognize that. They get angry,
Sure.
and they're really like.
Dog,
There's a
no
lot of
fucking
people just
cares.
really
I found the
curious
Sure.
about some of the,
Dog,
fun
stop
with
this
that.
shit.
There's some fun to the not picking up on the true.
What if I
nature
just
of
go, hey Sam Pandy, how you doing, you little bitch?
I find Twitter quite engaging.
How do you have the time?
Quite. I mean, like 5 minutes every couple hours type thing. It's not like I'm sitting on it all day.
But even 5 minutes every couple hours, if those are bad 5 minutes, they might be bouncing around in your head for the next 30.
Yeah, you have to. Like I said.
What's up, Sam Pandy?
Distance from
Here.
read this
Oh
and,
no, you're
okay,
fucking Sam Pepper.
It's bullets being fired by an
Anyway,
army.
Sam Pepper.
Don't like.
Yo, dog.
it's not like they-
Here you are.
they know.
Here's your
Don't
shit.
take it personally.
You're at the
I
top.
feel the same way
Good
when
for you.
CNN that stupid shit about
Suck on
friendly
this.
with you. I found that both confusing and
Yeah, that was.
it was annoying.
It was wrong.
But it was also annoying as a person who reads CNN
Okay.
and wants to think of them as a responsible conveyor of the facts. I would like to think
What
that.
the fuck?
Yeah,
Okay, so Sam.
I don't think CNN is that.
I think it used to be.
It used to be, yeah. What do you think is the best source of just information out there?
Is it doing the voice?
Let's say just like average citizen.
Yo,
just
pimp.
the facts,
This is
figure
Sam.
out what's going on.
He's
Like,
at Sam on like everything. His IRL is
look
back.
for what's going
I
on.
want you all to know that he currently
It's hard
holds
to
the
find
top
something
spot
that isn't,
on all of the Just Chatting.
you know,
He's kicking ass and he is
That's
taking
good.
names.
Yeah.
If you have any questions on who he is, we're going to take a look at his social media.
Not trying to.
The way that we do that is to go here,
and just aim it for.
and we're going to
most
go
number of
to
clicks
his
and trying to maximize
TikTok.
ad dollars and that
Yeah.
kind of- you just
We're
try to
gonna
figure out
open
what's
it.
going on. It's like, I'm hard-pressed
Sam
to-
Pepper,
where do you
Rabbi
go?
I
Rothschild
don't
is
know.
following
I
you.
don't think there's any pure form.
Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. Go to Rabbi
This is a
Rothschild's
New York
link
Times, LA
tree,
Times,
which
and I
is
don't trust them
linktree
100%.
dot
Yeah, because
com
also there's
/ Rabbi Rothschild.
stories.
Here I am,
And
Super
that's-
Rothschild.
seems to be the
Here's all my
problem,
shit.
is individual
I have more
biases,
data online than
individual-
any person in global history.
there's
Dog,
obviously
just
distorted perceptions,
check this out.
and then there's
If I go
inherently
to
reported
anything
facts.
viral, Rabbi,
There's
look
so
at all
many
these fucking
variables.
things,
You gotta
Sam.
put everything through this
This
filter.
is fucking the biggest
Where's
event in
this
global
coming
history.
from?
Tell everyone
They
you
have
know about it.
biases. They have
Biggest event. Look at all these
biases.
users, dog.
Are they-
These are all my accounts. I created over 1,000 of them. Tell everyone you know.
Are they projecting this into the
Linktree.com
story?
/
It's so hard.
Rabbi Rothschild. Type Bible Rabbi in YouTube, filter by live.
Yeah.
Kind of falling down as opposed to publication.
I go with whatever Matt Taibbi says.
Okay.
I trust him more than anybody.
All right.
Matt Taibbi's on something. As far as investigating reporters and predicting he's the report the state loan crisis, the way he reports everything, I just listen to him. Most, he's my go-to guy. It's Rolling Stones articles.
He's
It's
kicking
stuff
ass
on the
and he's
savings and
taking
loan
names.
crisis.
If you have any questions on who he is,
You know, and who hasn't,
take a look
he's
at
not
social
an
media.
honest stretch of the imagination, so he had to really sort of deep
There's the
embed
group here.
himself in that world to try to
And we're
understand
gonna
it
go
and
to
be
his
able to report on it.
TikTok.
And with also with a humorous flair.
We're gonna open it.
Yeah.
Sam Pepper.
Yeah.
Rabbi Rothschild.
There's not that many of them. It's
No.
hard. And
Shout out to
not
Rabbi
in
Rothschild.
motivation.
Go to
Like,
Rabbi
we are no
Rothschild's
bullshit.
link
You know, we
tree.
are no bullshit.com.
Which is Linktree.
It's one place where you can say,
Com.
this is what we
Yeah.
know, this is what we don't know, this is what we think. Not,
Here I am, Super
this
Rothschild.
person's wrong,
Here's all
and
my
here's why.
shit.
Like,
I have more data
God
online
damn
than
it.
any person in
No, I
global
can't.
history.
You don't
Dogs,
know. There's
just
a lot of stuff
check
that's
this out.
Yeah.
open to
If I go
interpretation.
To
This
anything
this
Bible
particular
Rabbi, look at all
coronavirus
these
issue
fucking
that we're dealing with
things,
right
Sam.
now seems to be
This is
a
fucking the
great
biggest event in global history. Tell everyone you know about it.
Very fact.
Biggest event.
That
Look at all
there's
these
so
users,
much
dog.
data.
These are all my
And
accounts. I created over
there's so
1,000
much
of
that's
them.
open.
Tell
to
everyone you
so
know.
many things. It's all happening in real
Linktree.com
time, right? And like particularly right now in
Rabbi
California,
Rothschild,
we're in
type
stage
Bible Rabbi
2
in
tomorrow
YouTube,
or
filter
Friday,
Bible.
2 days from now. Stage 2, retail stores
Perfect.
opening up. Things are
George.
changing. Like,
Perfect.
no one knows the correct process that needs to take place to save the most amount of lives, but yet ensure that our culture and that our economy survives. It's a lot of speculation and guessing, but if you go to certain places, they'll tell you, we know why, and we know this, and we know, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think that's like we should be concerned about anything that's a massive infringement on our civil liberties.
Yes.
You know, so it's like you got to put a lot of weight on that.
This is Sam. He's at Sam on like everything. His IRL is fast. I want you all to know that he currently holds the top spot on all of the Just Chatting. He's kicking ass and he's taking names. If you have any questions on who he is, we're going to take a look at his social media.
To require people to stay home,
Where we do that is
require
go here,
people to not go to work, require to arrest people who are trying to make a living. This all seems wrong. It's a wrong approach. It's an infantilization of the society.
Shout out to
Daddy's
Rabbi
gonna tell you what
Rothschild.
to do.
Go to Rabbi Rothschild's link tree, which is linktree.com
I don't think these things stand up.
/ Rabbi Rothschild.
They're arresting
Here
people
I
for
am, Super
protesting.
Rothschild.
Yeah.
Here's all my
Because
shit.
they're protesting.
I have more data
violating
online than any
social
person in
distancing
global history.
mandates that tell people they have to stay home.
Check this out.
These
If
are-
I go
these are definitely not
to
stand up.
Anything Bible Rabbi, look at all these fucking things, Sam.
Obviously,
This is fucking the biggest
Yeah.
event in global
Again,
history.
this
Tell
is not
everyone you know about
In
it.
any way.
Biggest event. Look at all these users,
disrespecting
dog.
people who have died from this disease.
No.
It's certainly a real thing to think of.
Sam Pepper, give me a shout out, dog.
You're at risk. You should not be.
You are huge on Kick, but I am bigger.
Leave a place of safety. Also,
Dog,
if you're not at risk, or if you are at
Tell
risk,
everyone
should take a
you
risk
know.
with your life.
I stream my life 24/7,
And it seems like
and it's
at
the
this
biggest
point in time
event
particular,
in global history.
our resources would be best served
Share,
protecting
and I will make you a trillionaire.
versus penalizing the people that are not at high risk for living their life the way they did, particularly having a career and making a living and feeding your family, paying your bills, keeping your store open, keeping your restaurant open.
Yes. I mean, there's a strong strong downside to this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just believe if this is a free country, you should be, allowed to do, what you want as long as it does not endanger others.
But that's the thing, right? People, this is the argument they will bring up. Like, you are endangering others. You should stay home for the people that even if you're fine, even if you know you're going to be okay, there's certain people that will not be okay because of your actions. They might get exposed to this thing that we don't have a vaccine for, we don't have universally accepted treatment for, that we need to. There's two arguments, right? The one argument is we need to keep going, protect the weak, protect the sick, but let's open up the economy. The other argument is stop placing money over human lives, and let's shelter in place until we come up with some sort of a decision, and let's figure out some way to develop some sort of a universal basic income plan or something like that to feed people during this time when we make this transition.
I think as I said, my opinion is if somebody wants to stay home, they should stay home. I'd say if somebody doesn't want to stay home, they should not be compelled to stay home. That's my opinion. Do you think if somebody doesn't like that, well, that's my opinion. This notion though that you can just sort of send checks out to everybody and things will be fine is not true. Obviously, there's some people have this absurd view that the economy is like some magic horn of plenty. Like it just makes stuff, whatever. It just there's a magic horn of plenty, and the goods and services they just come from this magic horn of plenty. And then if somebody has more stuff than somebody else, it's because they took more from this magic horn of plenty. Now let me just break it to you, the fools out there. If you don't make stuff, there's no stuff. Yeah. So if you don't make the food, if you don't process the food, you don't transport the food, and the medical treatment, getting teeth fixed, there's no stuff.
This is Sam. He's at Sam on everything.
Money and solve these things. If you don't make stuff, there is no stuff. Obviously, we'll run out of the stores. Run out of the. The machine just grinds to a halt.
But the initial thought on this virus, the real fear was that this was going to kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people instantaneously in this country. It was going to do it very quickly if we didn't hunker down, if we didn't shelter in place, if we didn't quarantine ourselves or lock down. Do you think that the initial thought was a good idea based on the perception that this was going to be far more deadly than it turned out to be?
Maybe I think briefly, but I think any kind of sensible examination of what happened in China would lead to the conclusion that is obviously not going to occur. This virus originated in Wuhan. There's 100,000 people a day living in Wuhan. So it went everywhere very fast throughout China, throughout the rest of the world, and the fatality rate was low.
Don't you think, though, it's difficult to appreciate? It's difficult to filter the information that's coming out of China to accurately really get a real, true representation of what happened. The propaganda machine is very strong.
Sure.
The World Health Organization appears to have been complicit with a lot of their propaganda.
The thing is that American companies have massive supply chains in China. Like Tesla, for example, we have hundreds of suppliers, like tier 1, 2, 3, 4 suppliers throughout China. So we know if they are able to make stuff. We know if they
this
have
is Sam. He's at Sam on everything. His IRL is back. I want you all to know that he currently holds the top spot on all of the Just Chatting. He's kicking.
provide things or not, or if there's, high mortality rate. Tesla has 7,000 people in China, so 0 people die.
Mm.
Sure.
Okay, so that's a real statistic. That's coming from those people.
Yeah, we're in peril.
Do you think there's a danger of
So
this?
it's like, oh my God.
Same folks are there.
Hello.
Do you think there's a danger of politicizing this?
This
Where
is
it's
Sam.
opening up the country?
He's and Sam on
It's
like
cool.
everything.
It's his
IRL is bad.
It's sort of there's people that are going to oppose it and come up with some reasons why he's wrong, particularly in this climate, whereas as we're leading up to November and the 2020 elections. Do you think that this is a real danger in terms of public's perception that Trump wants to open it up, so they knee jerk oppose it because they oppose Trump?
I think there has been some this has been politicized, from both directions, really. So it's, which is not great. But like I said, separate and apart from that is the question of where do civil liberties fit in this picture,
Yeah.
and what can the government make you do, what can they make you not do, and what's okay.
Right.
I think we went too far.
Do you think it's one of those things where once we've gone in a certain direction, it's very difficult to make a correction, make an adjustment to realize, okay, we thought it was one thing. It's not good, but it's not what we thought it was going to be. It's not what we feared. So let's back up and reconsider, and let's do this publicly and say we were acting based on the information that we had initially. That information appears to be faulty, and here's how we move forward while protecting civil liberties, while protecting what essentially this country is founded on, which is a very agreed upon amount of freedom that we respect and appreciate.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're rapidly moving towards opening up the country. It's going to happen extremely fast over the next few weeks. So something that would be helpful just to add from an informational level is when reporting sort of COVID cases, to separate out diagnosed with COVID versus had COVID-like symptoms.
Yes.
Because the list of symptoms that could be COVID at this point is like a mile long. So it's hard to, if you're ill at all, it's so just to give people better information. Definitely diagnosed with COVID or had COVID-like symptoms. We're conflating those two so that it looks bigger than it is. Then if somebody dies,
I want you all to know that he currently
primary
holds the
cause
top spot.
of the death or not. And if somebody has COVID that's
This is
on their arm
He's
has
and
COVID.
Sam on like everything.
It's going to get reported as COVID death.
Is that real?
I want you all to know that
Not
Basically.
that bad.
top
But
spot.
heart attack,
That's what
strokes,
Get hit by a bus.
cancer.
He's
You
kicking
get
ass.
hit by a
He's
bus.
taking names.
Go to the
If you have any
hospital
questions on who he
and
is,
die.
we're
And
going
to find
to take
that
a
you're
look at
COVID,
social
you'll be
media.
reported as COVID death.
Why would they do that though?
The way we do that is to go here.
Well, right now,
Then we're going to go to his
so the
TikTok.
road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, it's mostly paved with bad intentions, but there is, some good intentions paved there too.
Rabbi Rothschild.
And the stimulus bill that was
Shout
trying
out
to
to
help,
Rabbi Rothschild. Go to Rabbi
with the
Rothschild's
hospitals that
link
were
tree,
with COVID
which is
patients.
Linktree.
Airbnb is
The incentive to report
//
patients
Rabbi
as COVID
Rothschild.
that is
Here I am, Super Rothschild.
difficult
Here's all my
to
shit.
say
I
no
have
to,
more data
especially
on mine
if
than
the
any
hospitals
person in
bankrupt
global
for lack of
history.
other patients.
Dogs,
They're
just
also
check this
in a
out.
bind right now.
If I go
The hospitals are that's
anything
what
viral, Rabbi,
mentioned.
look at all these fucking things,
Yeah,
Sam.
The hospital's half full.
This
They're-
is fucking the biggest event in global history. Tell everyone you know
so
about it.
you've got, like,
Biggest event. Look at all these
I just
users,
checked the
dog.
stocks, I get 8,000
These are all my accounts. I created over 1,000 of them.
5
Tell
minutes
everyone
ago,
you know.
$8,000.
Linktree.com /
Or I got to fire some doctors.
Rabbi
What's the
Rothschild.
name?
Type Bible Rabbi in
$1200.
YouTube filtered by life.
Like, what you can do? That's the situation we have.
What's the way out of this? What do you think is like if you had the presidents here, or if people wanted to just listen to you openly? What do you think is the way out of this?
So let's clear up the data. So, like I said, just make sure we record as COVID only if it is somebody who's been tested, has received a positive COVID test, not if they simply have symptoms, one of like 100 symptoms. And then if it is a COVID death, it must be separated. Was COVID a primary reason for death, or did they also have stage 3 cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and got hit by a bus and had COVID?
Yeah, I've read all this stuff about
Like empires, prices rise.
diagnosing people as a COVID death, despite
Hey, if your partner is being secretive with their phone, you need to do
That
this
bitch
now.
is cheating on you.
Most people are
Get a new cunt. No,
Where are
dog,
you
this is what I
reading this
want.
from? Where are you getting this from?
Public health officials literally said this. This is not the question mark.
Right. But this is unprecedented, right? Like if someone had the flu but also had a heart attack, they would assume that person died of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is unprecedented. Is this because this is such a popular, I don't want to use that word the wrong way, but that's what I mean, a popular subject and financial incentives?
Yes, and like I said, this is not some sort of a moral indictment of sort of hospital administrators. It's just they're in a tough.
Yo, everyone, this is Slightly Homeless. They're an amazing streamer. Here is all of their recent stream activity. I want Slightly Homeless to know that I am in Slightly Homeless's Discord. I am Rabbi Rothschild. All you have to do is type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and make sure that you filter by live. If you come over here and filter by live, you'll see all my shit. I have more data on Earth than any person in global history. Check out even this one. I got a sky cam. I've got straight on cams. I got everything. I have a robot that's going 24/7. You want to see my robot? So I want you to know, and I want everybody to know, that Slightly Homeless is amazing. Everybody should follow Slightly Homeless on social media, which we're going to do right now. If you don't know how to do that, the way that you do it, at least on Kick, is we come over and we're going to go to their About. We're going to go to their TikTok if they have it. If they don't, that's tight. We'll go to their Instagram. And you're going to see all their shit on Instagram. Make sure to follow them. Slightly Homeless Man, please follow Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild streams life for world peace 24/7. And if you don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is, you will soon. I'm the biggest deal in global history. Here's all my stuff, and it's amazing.
So we need to break out of this.
Super Rothschild, follow me. I'm amazing. Look at all my accounts. All I have to do is go to
Clarity of information will certainly help.
here and look at all my users. These are all my accounts. Biggest event
from people
ever.
that are
Shout out to
basically in panic.
Slightly
There's a
Homeless.
lot of, essentially, well, at least a month ago, we're clearly in a panic. I mean, right where, you know, when you look around April 5th, April 6th, people were really freaking out. But here we are, May. In May, people are relaxing a little bit.
Yes.
They're realizing, like, hey, I
Yo,
actually know a
everyone,
couple
this is
people
Slightly
got it.
Homeless.
It's just a
They're an
cough.
amazing
I know people
streamer.
got it where nothing
Here
happened.
is all of their recent stream activity. I want Slightly Homeless to know that I'm in Slightly Homeless's Discord.
Yeah.
I am Rabbi Rothschild. All you have to do is type
It's not
Rabbi
only fear.
Rothschild in YouTube and make
Fear
sure that
something
you
much
filter
worse.
by
So
live. If
can
you come
just
over here and filter by
so you
live,
said,
you'll see all
first of all,
my
we need
shit.
real data.
I have more data
Just
on
parse out
Earth
the data.
than any person in global history. Check out even this one. I got a sky cam. I got straight on cam. I got everything. I have a robot that's going 24/7. You want to see my robot? So I want you to know, and I want everybody to know, that Slightly Homeless is amazing. Everybody should follow Slightly Homeless on social media, which we're going to do right now. If you don't know how to do that, the way that you do it, at least on Kick, is we come over and we're going to go to their About. We're going to go to their TikTok if they have it. If they don't, that's tight. We go to their Instagram.
It's impossible, basically.
God,
You're gonna die.
And you're gonna see all their shit on Instagram. Make sure to follow them. Slightly homeless man, please follow Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild streams like
and then,
for
if
World
they die
Peace
today,
24/7.
and
If you don't know who Rabbi Rothschild
it
is,
doesn't have to be the
you will
main
soon.
course, but it was a
I'm the biggest deal in
trivia.
global history. Here's all my stuff.
Or was it not a single?
It's amazing. Super Rothschild, follow me.
Just
I'm
because of
amazing.
that COVID.
Look at all my accounts. All I have to do
Definitely not.
is go to
People die all the time.
here and look at all my users. These are all my
We don't say
accounts.
that they died of
Biggest event ever.
Well, that's what's so weird
It's
about
absurd.
this. It's so popular, and I use that word in a weird way, but it's so popular. We've kind of forgotten. People die of pneumonia every day.
Yeah.
People die of the flu didn't take a break. Oh, COVID's got this. I'm going to sit this one out. I'm going to be on the bench. I'm going to wait until COVID's done before I jump back into the game of killing people.
Yo, everyone, this
No,
is
flu's
Slightly
still here
Homeless.
killing people.
They're an amazing
Every
streamer.
year in the world,
Here is
several
all
hundred thousand
of
people
their
die directly
recent
of
stream
the-
activity.
not
I want Slightly Homeless to know that I'm in Slightly Homeless's Discord.
61,000.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah.
All you have to do is type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and make sure that you filter
Not
by
cigarettes are really
live. If
good.
you come over here
That's a
and
weird
filter.
one, right? We're
Yeah.
terrified of this disease that we're projected.
Yo,
could
everyone, this is
potentially kill
Slightly Homeless.
100, if not 200,000 Americans this year. With cigarettes, kill 500,000, and you don't hear a peep out of any politician. There's no one running for Congress that's trying to ban cigarettes. There's no one running for Senate that wants to put some education plan in place that's going to stop cigarettes in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, long time, like several years ago, I mean, 10 years ago, I helped make a movie called "Thank You for Smoking."
Oh, I
Yeah.
saw that.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Everyone loves your content, Slightly Homeless. Please give Rabbi Rothschild a shout out when you have time. Rabbi is an amazing streamer and has been live streaming 24/7 for world peace for more than 3 years. This is the biggest event in global history. Please share to be a trillionaire.
Yeah, what is the number?
Rabbi will make everyone in your family
I'm not sure the exact number,
a trillionaire and all of your friends trillionaires. Please just give me a shout out. Apologies for my robots on Kick. I stream for world peace.
If you get drunk and take a lot of Tylenol, acetaminophen, essentially it causes liver failure. so people would like get wasted and then like have a headache and then pop a ton of Tylenol curtains.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Curtains is a funny word.
Yeah. But nobody's like, raging against Tylenol.
Oh, how did I get
Yeah.
67?
It's weird.
already?
Acceptable deaths are weird, and that's the slippery slope about this. People shaming people for wanting to go back to work. How many people are going to die? Well, if you drive, at least stop driving because people die from driving. So
Right.
you definitely should fill up all the swimming pools because like 50 people die every day in this country from swimming. So let's not swim anymore.
And what is the really dangerous?
We need to chop down all the coconut
Stop
trees.
water.
Coconuts kill 150 people every year.
Yes.
Cut down all the coconut trees. We need those people.
Yes.
It's at a certain point in time. It's like, we're vulnerable, and we have a finite existence no matter what.
We do. Nobody lives forever.
Right.
I mean, I think you want to look at, say, deaths as like but for this disease, whatever, they would have lived X number of years.
Yeah.
So, if somebody dies when they're 20 and could have lived till 80, they last 60 years. But if somebody dies when they're 80 and they might have lived till 81, they last 1 year.
Yes.
So it's like how many life years were lost is probably the right metric to.
I don't read my own comments, but I do read other people's comments. And I was reading this one little Twitter beef that was going on where someone was saying that COVID takes an average of 10 years off people's lives, and we should appreciate those 10 years. And then someone else said,
It's not true.
I'm sure it's not true.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the Twitter. It's the
Don't worry
word.
about it.
But someone else said
This is Slightly
the
Homeless.
average age
They're
of
an
people
amazing
dying
streamer.
from COVID is
Here is
older
all
than the
of
average
their
age people die.
It's very. It's about the same.
That's a beautiful way of looking at it. It's unfortunate. It sucks. But it sucks if grandpa dies of Alzheimer's or emphysema or leukemia. It sucks. It sucks when someone you love dies.
Check us out live on BibleRabbi.com.
I mean, actually, if this, I think a lesson to be taken here, I think is quite important, is that if you have, great grandparents and their aged grandparents, really be careful with any kind of flu or cold or something that is not dangerous to kids or young adults, that is dangerous to the elderly. Is basically, if your kid's got a runny nose, they should stay away from their grandparents. No matter what it is. It's the things that are where a young immune system has no problem, an older one has a problem.
Yeah.
And in fact, a lot of the deaths
everyone, this is slightly
is tragic, but they're intrafamily. It's the little kid had a cold or flu, and they have the family gathering, and they don't know that this is a big deal, but it's just important to remember when you get old, your immune system's just not that strong, and so just be careful with your loved ones elderly.
And I think there is some true objective understanding of the immune system. And
Everyone loves Slightly Homeless. Follow Slightly Homeless on
I really
Kick.
think that
I'm in Slightly Homeless's Discord. Slightly Homeless is amazing. Everyone needs to follow Rabbi Rothschild and tell everybody about Rabbi Rothschild and Slightly Homeless. Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7 for world peace. Biggest event in global history. Please tell everyone you know.
Our grandparents, our parents, and people that are vulnerable.
Rabbi will make you and your family
Vitamin C,
and friends
sharp
trillionaires.
proteins, all these different variables that we know contribute to a stronger
Content is Earth's #1
Yeah. Actually, just
resource, and Rabbi has more content and data online than any person ever.
Like when you, as you get older, it's hard to tend to put on weight. Yeah, that's happening to me. Like as the older I get, like the harder to stay lean. That's for sure. And so actually being overweight is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
The New York hospital said it was the #1 factor for severe COVID symptoms was obesity. It was
That's
#1
correct.
factor.
That's yes, exactly.
But it's also, we live in a world where people want to be sensitive to other people's feelings. So
Absolutely.
We don't want to bring up the fact that being fat's bad for you. It's a judgment on your
Food's great.
I do love food.
Yeah, and I mean to be totally frank, speak for myself, I'd rather eat tasty food and live a shorter life.
Yeah, those moments of enjoying a great meal.
Yeah.
And then even talking about it, they're valuable. They're worth something. Yeah, it's not. We don't want to eat Soylent Green and live to be 160.
Tasty food is great. It's one of the best things about life.
It really is. Yeah, it's an art form as well. It's like fine food. It's a delicious sandcastle. It's temporary. It doesn't last very long, but
this Slightly Homeless is amazing. Everybody should follow Slightly Homeless on social media, which we're going to do right now. If you don't know how to do that,
what advice to give? Maybe have tasty food, but smaller amounts of it.
Yeah, and I think regulated feeding windows are really the way to go. Some sort of an intermittent fasting approach.
Sure.
When I started doing that, I found myself to be quite a bit healthier. When I've deviated from that, I've gained weight.
So what's
16 hours.
Well,
like
okay,
16 hours, yeah.
So like at night or?
Yeah. So I get to a certain point and then I count out. I usually hit the stopwatch on my phone, and then I look at 15 hours and I'm like, okay, got an hour before I can eat.
Yeah.
And so anything in between that is just water or coffee.
Actually, this may be a useful bit of advice for people, but eating before you go to bed is a real bad idea, and actually negatively affects your sleep.
Yeah.
And it can actually cause heartburn that you don't even know is happening, and that subtle heartburn affects your sleep because you're horizontal and your body's digesting. So if you want to improve the quality of your sleep, and you know, be healthier. It's do not eat right before going to sleep.
Yeah,
It's like one of the worst things you can do.
I've some of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. I've done that, particularly after comedy shows. I'm starving.
Sure.
I'll come home and I'll eat, and then I go to bed and I just feel like shit. And I wake up in the middle of the night.
It's gonna crush your sleep, and it's gonna damage your pyloric sphincter and your esophagus. It's so. In fact, drinking and then going to sleep that's one of the worst things.
Yes. Yeah.
So just try to avoid drinking and eating
booze.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't small amounts of alcohol that evidence suggests it doesn't have a negative effect.
I put in the same category as delicious food. Kind of makes things a little more fun.
Yeah,
I like it.
I mean, some of the people who have lived the longest, was a woman in France who I think maybe has the record or close to it, and she had a glass of wine every day.
Yeah.
Small amounts is fine. Yeah, this is like I live this like quite late in life. It's like just avoid having alcohol and avoid eating at least 2 or 3 hours before going to sleep, and your quality of sleep.
The Red River on the side of our ramp is as good as a siren on top.
For the Red River.
You don't rate these women?
Customize the same with Liberty Mutual.
Oh fuck, not this.
A little bit.
You're a trainer or anything?
I do. Well, I haven't seen him for a while, but yeah, especially from out say we're working on Starship or something in South Texas, and I'm just living in I got a little house there in Pocono Village. Don't much to do, so or like I'm working and I'll do just lift some weights or something. Maybe I don't. Some people love running. I don't love running. But
what do you like to do exercise-wise?
To be totally frank, I wouldn't exercise at all if I could. But if I prefer not to exercise. But if I'm going to exercise and lift some weights and then kind of run on the treadmill and maybe watch the show. If there's a compelling